Okay, so
Okay, so indeed, my dude rushed me. Now I gotta hook everything up live. Oh fuck! I don't think I even downloaded the fucking. I haven't downloaded the plane yet. Fuck my life. I can't forget to turn on joystick gremlin. I like literally put that on my on my taskbar. Easy access. Alright, here's the thing. I can't remember which scene DCS was on. Was it this one? Yeah, it was this one. There we go. Now I'm pretty sure I haven't downloaded the plane yet. But yeah, no. Good. How do I do that again? Over here? There we go. Okay, so let's install that. It's only like 3 gigabytes, so it should be quick. Meanwhile, Gordbus, блядь.
Having upgraded stadium.
I still need 2 gigabytes.
Russian Village Boys.
Downloaded. It's 3.5
Senor
back.
Snoller. Worldwide. Fucking your suka. Drinking your vodka.
Halfway.
You need to drink like a man and fuck like a horse. I got 3 stripes on me, I'm knocking at your door. Dance, baby, dance in your Adidas pants. The grey and the goose is a really good brand. I like hard bass, I got a hard face. Wanna drink so much, I go outer space. From Russia to Poland, from Poland to Holland. My mushrooms, my molly, my vodka, my coca.
Almost done. 20 seconds.
My Kalashnikov, go raga ga 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 ga. My
Installed.
My Kalashnikov goes raga ga 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 ga. Raga ga ga, raga ga 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 ga.
That's better. I'm kind of scared. This is gonna be horrible.
нормально будет. Нормально делай, Жора не забудет. Нормально делай, и нормально будет. Нормально делай, Жора не забудет. Все знают Жору и его Линкольн. Он всем в районе доставляет соль.
Let's pause that because I'm definitely gonna need to pay attention. 100%. Can't remember what my...
Welcome to this first training session. Please wait for everything to load properly. I will be sitting here behind the console, controlling the flow and giving you instructions. Now these lessons are designed to be short and sweet, without overwhelming you with too many details, and generally focusing on one thing at a time, with the exception of a few like startup, shutdown, and landing, because those would be difficult to split into shorter lessons.
First things first, it's just controls, nothing set up. I felt it, yep. That's bad. Oh no, they are set up. The main shit at least. I'm not sure if it works because there's two different joysticks. I can't remember.
Okay, remember,
we'll
this
find
is
out.
a simulator, so don't worry if you jack something up. In separate sessions, we'll cover all the basics like systems, procedures, and weapons. Alright, now let's begin with starting her up. You will be working your way around the cockpit starting from left to right. It might not necessarily be the order advised by our official manuals, but it's a time-sacred and battle-proven way of doing things, and you wouldn't like to be the one breaking tradition, right? On the left side, mic switch to on. Anti-collision lights to on. Position lights to 3.
Oh my god, like nothing works. Even the zoom doesn't work. I got ugh. Hang on. It's better. Why is this lagging like so heavily? Feels like it.
Set the conformal tank switch to the stop transfer position. Next, set both inlet ramp switches to auto. Okay, moving on. Turn on
I'm
all
so
3
forgetting
cast
this.
switches, yaw, roll, and pitch. Check that the anti-skid is in the norm, hook is up, landing gear handle is down, master arm is off, and jettison buttons are not pushed in. Set the oxygen switch to on. Your Wizzo had Mongolian barbecue last night, and you don't want to be smelling that.
The fuck is Mongolian barbecue?
Turn the left and right generator switches to on. Make sure that the emergency generator switch is in the auto position.
It is.
Set the left and right engine control switches to on. JFS starter switch to on. Lift the covers on the left and right engine master switch. Set both switches to on. Place the covers back down. Set the ECS switch to auto. Without it, your avionics won't get any cooling and may shut down or even get damaged. Make sure that the bleed valves are set to both.
That's annoying.
Alright, now on to the actual engine start. Pull and release the JFS handle. The starter ready light has to come up within 10 seconds. Make sure to left click on the handle, as right clicking will turn it. We're about to go to the warning system checks. I will continue with my instructions either after all the audible warnings are played, which will take some time, or after they are silenced with the BW tone silence switch. Press it now so that you are familiar with its location. Check the fire warning system by placing the fire extinguisher switch in the test position. AMAD fire light should come on and an audible warning should be heard.
Warning, AMAD, fire. Warning, AMAD, fire. Warning, AMAD, fire. Warning, AMAD, fire.
Let's move to the right engine start. Raise and release the finger lift on the right throttle. Wait for the engine monitor to come online, which will happen at around 15% RPM. Observe the engine indications and wait for it to stabilize at around 26%. Check the fire warning system again by placing the fire extinguisher switch in the test position. This time, AMAD and both engine fire lights should come on.
Warning, AMAD, fire. Warning, AMAD, fire. Warning, engine, fire, left. Warning, engine, fire, left. Warning, engine, fire, right. Warning, engine, fire, right.
Hello?
Warning, AMAD, fire. Warning, AMAD, fire.
Now move the right
Warning,
throttle to the idle
engine,
position
fire,
to start
left.
pumping fuel to the
Warning,
engine.
engine, fire, left. Warning, engine, fire, right. Warning, engine, fire, right.
It takes around 10 seconds for the RPM to start raising further. At between 55 to 60%, the JFS will disengage, the main generator will come online, and the right ramp will drop down. You should once again check the fire warning system by pressing the fire extinguisher switch down. All warning lights should now be on, including the right and left burn through.
Warning, AMAD, fire. Warning, AMAD, fire. Warning, engine, fire, left. Warning, engine, fire, left. Warning, engine, fire, right. Warning, engine, fire, right. AB burn through, left. AB burn through, left. AB burn through, right. AB burn through, right. Warning, AMAD, fire. Warning, AMAD, fire. Warning, engine, fire, left. Warning, engine, fire, left. Warning, AB, warning, warning, AB burn,
Close
warning.
the canopy by pushing the canopy handle to the down position.
Ew! Thanks for the raid. I'm so surprised. It's game. GG. DN. Yes.
Now lock it by pushing the handle fully forward.
Oh, that one.
Now it's time to start the left engine. Raise and release the finger lift on the left throttle.
Technically, I did that already, but
Again, watch the engine indications. When RPM reaches 26%, push the left throttle to idle.
percentage is right here.
At around 60% RPM, the left ramp should drop down.
Look at this gorgeous thing, Noah. Come on. Delicious.
Turn on the UFC.
I'm just
by
learning how to
rotating the
start it up
brightness knob
now.
clockwise. Turn on both radios by pushing the channel selector knobs. Turn on both MPDs and the MPCD.
Multi-purpose display,
Turn on the HUD
multi-purpose
by
color
cranking the brightness
display.
knob clockwise to the
Multi-purpose
desired
display.
intensity. Check the warning and caution lights by pressing and holding the lights test switch. Let's move to the sensors panel now. Set the radar altimeter to on. Set the terrain following radar to standby.
Has to usually
Set the radar knob to on.
calibrate, so you gotta be on the ground for a while the radar starts calibrating. To
Turn on the nav FLIR switch. Set the INS alignment knob to GC align. A GC no taxi legend is now displayed on the HUD. The alignment process should take around 4 minutes. Let's set up the remaining lights. Vertical tail floodlight on.
if you don't do this, your entire alignment is completely fucked, and you'll have a really hard time engaging targets on the ground beyond visual range.
And formation lights to 3.
Actually, let's need a dude.
At this stage, you would perform a flight controls check, but you need a crew chief for that. We won't go ahead and pretend we have one since this is a sim, but I do encourage you to watch Notso's startup video on the Razman channel to see how it should work. This is also a good moment to set up your screens and PAX programs, but both things will be covered by a separate training lesson. Okay, we're almost ready. Set the conformal tank switch back to transfer. Set the fuel knob to conformal tank's position. Check the total fuel quantity and set the bingo as desired, say to 3,000 pounds with the bingo fuel knob. Uncage the standby attitude indicator. Normally you would also set the altimeter to the airfield elevation using the knob. Remember that standard setting is 2992, and you should set that whenever you pass the transition altitude in a specific FAA or ICAO region that you're operating in.
I'm gonna forget that.
Alright, check that the GC OK is displayed on the HUD, and if it is, turn the INS knob to nav.
We're almost there. I have to wait till this is gone. This needs to say okay. It's like global alignment, positioning system, that kind of thing. Really. You don't want to... You honestly don't want to leave without that being said. If you're attempting to blow stuff up. As far as I know, that's like... I'm talking like I know what I'm talking about. I flown in the FA-18 for a while. But that's pretty much it. I could skip it and just not have it on okay, because I don't think we're even gonna take off in this one, but I want to do it correctly. Where's the back button? I can't find the back button. There. Just tell me. Oh, okay, it's okay now.
And that's it. In the next lesson, we'll cover taxi and takeoff procedures. I also
Figures.
promise that from now on, these lessons will be much shorter and more to the point, keeping them at 10 minutes maximum.
I mean, this was like basically 10 minutes, so I don't know what you're complaining about. Okay. Next. We're definitely going through all of these. I still have to set up my keys. None of my keys are set. Literally, the only key I've set so far is the zoom. My flight controls will work right there. For everything. But, yeah.
Welcome back. Please wait for the mission to load properly. Today, you will practice taxiing, taking off, and climbing in the F15E. And no, I don't mean climbing into the strike eagle, but rather getting to the desired altitude as efficiently as possible. I've loaded the mission with the aircraft hot on the parking spot and ready for taxi. Okay, first release the parking brake. Slightly advance the throttle, and as the aircraft starts to roll, test the toe brakes.
Here's the problem. I know. This one. I think. What was I flying? F-18. That would be under wheel brake, right? Okay. Just making sure that it's like somewhat. It's called toe brake here. No, it's still wheel brake. Yep.
Now, advance the throttle again, and as the aircraft starts rolling, steer left and right to check the nose wheel steering. Then stop again. Check all the warning and caution lights. Normally you would contact the tower and request taxi clearance, so let's assume I just did. We'll taxi to runway 23 left. Gently push the throttles, taxi out, and turn to left.
So like I'm actually controlling my
Increase
rudder
your
with
turn
my
right
second
by
stick.
pressing and holding the nose wheel steering button on the stick. Try it now if you want.
Yeah, I don't have that button set though. I might set that. We'll set that to this one. Oh. Oh no.
Pay close attention to taxi speed. Remember that if the aircraft is light, it will have a tendency to accelerate even with very little power. If it's heavy, you should perform all turns at minimum practical speed. Okay, stop here. Now re-engage the parking brake.
I like that the parking brake is just a little.
Confirm that inlet ramp switches are in auto. Check that the ejection control safety lever is armed. Check for free and correct flight control movements. make sure that the flap switch is set to down.
Ooh, wrong button. Is this one that I needed?
Now push the takeoff trim button and hold it until the light turns on and an audible warning is heard.
I don't even see the flaps. F. Where the fuck was the flaps? That's the sensor panel. I don't see the flaps. So many buttons and dials, bro.
Yaw rate. Yaw rate.
Check that the canopy is closed and locked. Now turn on the radar by placing the knob in the on position. Set the pitot and engine heat switches as required. If you don't expect icing conditions, you can leave the engine heat off. Check that the INS knob is set to nav. Landing light on. With that, you're ready to enter the active runway. Again, normally you would request clearance from the tower before doing so. Release the parking brake.
Forgot about that already.
Enter the runway and try and line up down the center. Apply the toe brakes and hold them. And this is why you should never skip leg day at the gym. Advance the throttles to 82% and check the instrument and warning caution lights. Also, verify the engine monitor display and check that the FTIT and oil pressure rise above idle. Fuel flow is above 4,000 pounds per hour and nozzle position is around 20% open.
I have no idea how to see the nozzle position.
Satisfied, release the brakes and advance throttles to mill or max power, depending on the gross weight of the aircraft. As you reach rotation speed, right about now, gently pull the stick until the W
Let me check on the F-18 first. What would that be called? It's not gear, apparently. Landing gear, obviously. Yeah, duh. I'm such a dummy sometimes. Okay, what was the auto flaps? Was 25, right? Nope. Yep.
symbol on the HUD intercepts the 10-degree line on the pitch ladder. If the nose wants to go up, trim it down until you're happy. Raise your gear.
Did that already. Shit.
And flaps. Climb out keeping 350 knots indicated airspeed until you reach 0.90 Mach in mill power. Then keep 0.90 Mach until you reach the cruise altitude. Alright, well done. This concludes the taxi and takeoff part of the training.
I definitely need to set an up and down trim. Wow. That just be T for trim? Okay, trim nose down is 24, nose up 23. It's a rolly thing, so I can just easily set that. Yo, go sleep, dude. Call me when you wake up. Hey, look at city skylines.
Pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up.
Low altitude. 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 Low altitude.
Listen to the sound of that, dude. Gorgeous. Why is my shit busted too? Thank you. I was wondering why that was still fucking red. He's not supposed to do that. Random.
Pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up.
Low altitude. Low altitude.
Pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up. Pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up.
Low altitude. Low altitude. Low altitude. Low altitude.
Pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up.
Low altitude. Low altitude. Low altitude. Low altitude.
I can't see shit with the sun, dude. It's kind of annoying. So fun.
Welcome back. Please wait for everything to load properly. I have paused the simulation so you can fully focus on the task at hand. Today we will learn how to take command of displays in the front cockpit. Give me a second to set everything up properly for you. There, that's better.
Is it?
The process itself is very simple. You will be using the castle switch on your stick. Yes, the very stick you can't see on the screen to do that. You can take command of the HUD, left MPD, right MPD, and the bottom NPCD. Let's start with the displays. To take control of the MPD or MPCD, press and hold the castle switch on your stick in the direction of the display you want to use until 4 short vertical lines show at the bottom of the given screen. Feel free to practice as I talk about the details.
What the fuck is a castle stick? Castle switch, sorry. Aft, forward, left, right, and press. Okay, so Aft. Nope. Is that down? Aft. Forward. Lift. Right. Press.
So as an example, to take control of the air-to-air radar on the left MPD, hold the castle switch left until the command marks appear. If you want to control the lantern pod, currently displayed on the MPCD, hold the castle switch aft. Chances are that you already messed something up, and now you can see the Tactical Electronic Warfare System, or TEWS in short, on the right MPD and ADI on the MPCD. That's because you short press the castle switch right and or aft, respectively. Use the push button 11 to bring up the menu, and then select AG radar again on the right MPD.
I actually didn't do that though.
On ADI.
So fuck you. No, I did now because I checked it
Not all
out.
displays can be commanded. Those that provide information only, like the engine page or HSI, won't cooperate, and neither will the HUD repeater. Speaking of which, taking command of the HUD is a little different. Let me know when you're happy with the MPDs, and yeah, I know it's not rocket science, and are ready to move on to the HUD.
Nope. Restart. Fuck. Fucker. I didn't actually do anything wrong.
Welcome back. Please wait for everything to load properly. I have paused the simulation so you can fully focus on the task at hand. Today we will learn how to take command of displays in the front cockpit. Give me a second to set everything up properly for you. There, that's better. The process itself is very simple. You will be using the castle switch on your stick. Yes, the very stick you can't see on the screen to do that. You can take command of the HUD, left MPD, right MPD, and the bottom MPCD. Let's start with the displays. To take control of the MPD or MPCD, press and hold the castle switch on your stick in the direction of the display you want to use until
Thank you to follow.
short vertical lines show at the bottom of the given screen.
Much appreciated.
Feel free to practice as I talk about the details.
Enjoy watching
So as an
enjoy
example,
watching me
take
struggle
control
through
of
this.
the
Sorry.
air-to-air radar on the left MPD. Hold the castle switch left until the command marks appear. If you want to control the lantern pod, currently displayed on the MPCD, hold the castle switch aft. Chances are that you already messed something up.
Aha, but I
Now you can
didn't.
see the Tactical Electronic Warfare System, or TEWS in short, on the right MPD and ADI on the MPCD. That's because you short press the castle switch right and or aft, respectively.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, I picked up a new
Push
joystick,
button 11
or a
to bring
new
up the
setup,
menu,
I should say,
and then
as well.
select AG radar
a couple
again
weeks
on the
back.
right MPD and
I used to
EPD
fly the
on
FA-18
ADI.
in VR.
Not all displays can be commanded.
Really fun.
Those that provide
But I can't
information
remember
like
jack shit from that either.
or HSI won't cooperate, and neither will the HUD repeater. Speaking of which, taking command of the HUD is a little different. Let me know when you're happy with the MPDs. And
Oh yeah,
I
yeah,
know it's
yeah.
not rocket
Yeah.
science.
I
Alright,
highly,
fine.
highly recommend going through all of the trainings. Like, I know it's boring, but it's needed. Because everything is functional, right? Like, you have to... For example, if you don't know where your master switch is, right? For your master arms, like right here. If that's set to safe and you don't know where that thing is, good fucking luck doing anything at all. You know what I mean? I get it. I think it took me like an hour to start up my FA18 the very first time. And I was just following the fucking protocol, dude. I was just following the training mission. Couldn't do it anyway. I'm using the VKB Gladiators. NXT Evos. So the throttle... Oh, crap. The throttle and the regular stick. So it's essentially two... It's essentially a HOSAS, but I made it into a HOTAS. It doesn't take that much to swap over. Like if I put another spring in here. The X52 was I had the previous X52. The one made by Cytec, Mad Cat still. It's a piece of shit. But it's 100 and something euros. This setup is 400. So, yeah. I can only talk about the original X52, not the Logitech version, because the Logitech version is not the first version. I had the first version. It's not a, okay. I should temper my statement. It's not a piece of shit. It's perfectly fine for $100, you know? But it feels like $100. Like it. I've been told your version doesn't have that, but my version of the X52 does. The center spring sucks, man. It's like the dead zone is too much, and the center spring is like a little low. I was looking at the Warthog too, but I also play a lot of space games, and in space games, especially for like Star Citizen, for example, or in my case X4, you have thrusters, up, down, left, right, and now I have two sticks, so I can do up, down, left, right on my left stick, and my regular flight controls on my right stick. Really fun, really handy. Although I generally, the way I learned to play back in the day, right, way back in the day, so when X-Wing Alliance was new, right, that's like 25 years ago, I had a Top Gun Afterburner. They still make it now. It's the Thrustmaster HOTAS, I think it's called, which is basically a plastic piece of shit that was like 20 fucking bucks. Right? But it was one of the best sticks I ever had, because it had this little... It came with a throttle, and on that throttle was this really... It's just a fucking flip, like you push it this way and that way, but it was the rudder. And I learned to fly in space with that rudder, so left and right would be that rudder for me. And ever since then, no other single stick has had one of those type of rudders that you could... Or one of those type of buttons that you could use as a rudder. But now this one... Basically, the entire stick is the rudder, and it's just... It's so much nicer to fly, in my opinion, that I generally leave it in this setting. So it's still my throttle, but I can also go left and right. So as you can see, my wheels are moving, but I'm actually moving the throttle, because as you can see, if I move them too roughly, the throttle moves as well. LOL. I want to shoot people down, it's hard. Oh, dude, get that out of your mind. Like, you're... Unless it's AI, and even then, barely, probably. If you go online, you won't shoot down a single person, you know? Oh, well, no, you might shoot down a friendly. I've done that a couple of times, right? It's, how do I put it? I mean, it's a simulator, right? Obviously, it doesn't compare to real life, but you're not gonna get anything more realistic than jumping in real life. So the people that play, they know what's up, and they're gonna fucking... Yeah. But it's still really good fun. Yeah, dude, I had a tone. I was asking, is there anyone here? Anyone? No? Okay, I fired a missile. I'm like, boom, yes, I got him. And then I look, and it says, like, oh, you shot your teammates. Oh, fuck off. You know? I did, however, I did get a dogfight kill too. That was fun. Just mad dog into aims. Is it the aims? I'm not sure which ones are. You can mad dog now. So you can basically, some missiles you have to have a lock on before you fire them, and other missiles they have, I think it's the aims. They have a little radar in the front. So you can fire them blind. It's called mad dogging. I don't know. Don't ask. You can fire them blind, and they'll look for targets themselves. And I got somebody with firing 2 of those. That was fun. I'm gonna be honest, I completely forgot what this guy told me to do. Is there like a history? Yes. Press spacebar when you're ready to continue. I'm ready.
Alright, so to take command of the HUD, you have to first press the castle switch down. Down.
Couple hours.
Mind you, and then short push it forward.
Like, the thing I struggled with, and I still don't really know, is how to, like, setting up a ground target for, like, you know, you drop the bomb from, like, I don't know, 20 kilometers away, basically. It's like long range bombing. You have to like use the keypad, and you have to set in input coordinates and this and that is far more complicated than just like point your nose at the guy, get a lock, fire the missile, and hope you were in a proper aspect for the missile to make a turn, or hope that it goes to the plane instead of the flares that the guy is obviously gonna throw. You know, it's like the dogfighting is. If you can get in the air, theoretically you can get a dogfight going, right? It's just getting to know the intricacies of the systems is just. That's the rough part. Oh crap! I forgot. I'm so not listening. No, that's that's true. Ace Combat's fun too, though. Don't get me wrong. That's fun in a different way, right? It's fun to just fuck around. I got that game too. Take command of the car, press the castle switch down, not aft, mind you, and then press it short, push it forward. Wait, there's a down and a forward? No? So many buttons too, dude. Castle switch. Yeah, see, left, forward. Oh, maybe it's press. I have to press it probably, and then forward.
If you don't, you'll notice that you're changing the master mode between air to air and air to ground, because this is what happens when you just push the castle switch forward without properly pressing it down first. It all seems straightforward, but takes some time getting used to. So go ahead and practice.
Okay,
in the next lesson, we will go a bit deeper into the displays.
Wait, but I can't press it down and do forward at the same time.
Master modes.
Shit, I can't do that. I can't do that on my stick. Okay, so press needs to be something else then. Fuck. I'll do this one for now. Castle switch press U. I got so many buttons on my joysticks too. It's very confusing. Okay, so press it down and then forward. Okay.
Probably thinking, why is this guy wasting my time teaching me to push one button at a time with the sim pause? Well, I'll tell you, because if you don't adopt the crawl, walk, run attitude, you're going to have a difficult
Yeah,
time
that's what I mean.
with
Like the
proper
systems
alignment
is the
skills.
hard part.
So just trust me on this one, okay? Alright, good job.
For me as well, like for example, I've got almost no control set right now. I've got the basic set. I've got my, well, by now I have the brake wheel, nose wheel steering, landing gear and flaps, the zoom button, and then my flight controls. That's all I have set. No fire, no nothing. I just do the trainings, and then periodically, when it needs shit, like for example, oh, you need a castle switch. Okay, hup, make the castle switch. And that's how I set my controls as well. Because if I set all the controls, there's zero chance I'll remember what anything was, you know. So I do it like one at a time when I need them. That's when I set the control. That makes me my brain as well, because I need the button at that time. I'm looking for the button. It makes me like remember it easier as well. Because here's the thing too, right? When you're dogfighting, most dogfights now happen in a BVR setting, beyond visual range, which means you'll never even see the guy, right? You're looking at your radar sees something, you look onto the radar signature, and you fire a missile at the radar signature, right? But that does require you to be in control of your radar, right? So, yeah, that's... is not easy.
Welcome to this training mission, in which we will cover programming and scrolling through MPDs and
But like in
MPC.
terms of like gunfight, dogfights, like, you know, ye olde style, that is, everyone can do that. Well, that's not true, but you know what I mean, right? You point to where you think the plane's gonna be when the bullets arrive, and then you fire. You know? Yeah, I would highly recommend doing that.
Please wait for everything to load properly.
And then you'll still have like half the keys that you still need to sit later on that you didn't
A very
figure out
handy feature
once
of the
you're
Strike
actually
Eagle is the
playing.
ability to program all of the displays, which will allow you to switch through them with a flick of a finger, literally. On top of that, you can set them up specifically for each master mode, but we'll cover that in a different lesson. Let's say we want to have navigation-related data on the left NPD. Go ahead and press push button 11 to access the menu 1 page. To program the displays, you have to box the program legend above push button 6. Press it now.
Also, whenever it says that box, it just means you put a box around the actual words. It's
With
like
program boxed, you can choose 3 displays across all 3 menus and set them up in
selected,
any order you like.
so to speak.
Except, since I'm the instructor today, we're going to set them up the way I like. Anyway, to
The
do
first
so,
time they told me that, I was
press
like, "What the?
push
You want me to do
buttons
what?
next
I
the
don't
display
understand."
program.
You know, because they. Here's the problem with DCS in general. They assume you know what you're doing to a degree. Like, no, bitch. Like, I got no idea what's going on, bro. You gotta explain it like I'm 5 years old. Like, literally, please.
So,
Shit. Let me read that. Choose 3 displays all across all 3 menus. Set them up in any order you like. Since I'm an instructor today, we'll set them up the way I like. Simply press the push button next to the displays you want to program. Select HSI.
select HSI as your first screen with push button 3. You see that your selection
Also,
ends
wait till it stops
sequence
talking
now
before
displayed
actually
in the
clicking
middle
it.
of the screen. Next, select 2s with push button 13.
Because if I don't wait till he stops talking, it doesn't recognize that I clicked it.
Third, press ADI
Watch.
with push button 1.
I pressed it.
On second thought, 2s is not that useful for
Oh,
navigation.
actually, it did
Fortunately,
continue.
It's very easy to deselect any of the screens. Just press their respective push button once again. 13 in this case. Do it now. 2's disappeared from the list. Note that ADI did not move up. You just have a free slot number 2. Let's fill it with Tactical Situation Display. Push button 5. To leave programming mode, simply press push button 6 to unbox the program legend.
I'm gonna need a
Now let's move to the right MPD.
I'm gonna need a
where we'll
button to
set
swap
up
that
our
through that
radars
MPD
and
though, no?
weapons. Press push button 11 to bring up the menu. Now press push button 6 to enter programming mode.
It's kind of handy though. I'm not gonna lie.
First select air-to-air radar with push button 15. Next select air-to-ground radar with push button 14. Third, I want you to add the air-to-ground delivery page, which is under menu 2. Therefore, you need to press push button 11 first to access it. Now press push button 2 to fill up the list. Good. Deselect program with push button 6.
I generally run through these a couple of times because I guarantee I'm gonna forget shit. Right?
Finally, the
Like-
MPCD. Let's get that stick out.
100%.
That's better. Enter the menu by pressing push button 11. Now enable programming with push button 6.
The fact I have to do it 3 times is helpful.
Select T-Pod, 2s, and armament pages in any order you like. Reselect program by pressing push button 6.
I'm guessing if I use the castle switch now, 111,
Now let's move on to
like
the
left,
last
left,
part of
left,
this
right, right,
lesson,
right, down, down,
where we
down.
talk about
I go to
scrolling
the,
through programmed displays.
I scroll through the displays.
You do this by short pressing the castle switch towards the display you want to change.
Still fucked up.
For the left MPD, each actuation of the castle switch left will move you through your program displays in sequence from 1 to 3 and then back to 1. Try it now. For the right MPD, the first actuation will bring up the 2's page. Subsequent ones will scroll through the displays you set up. Note that if there's a pause longer than 5 seconds between presses, the next one will bring up the 2's page again. For the MPCD, the first actuation of the castle switch down will bring up the ADI page. Then things will work just like the right MPD. Very good. That's it for this lesson. Setting up the displays.
Oh, I know that.
the way
I
you
know
want
that
them
feeling.
in both the front and the back seat, which we'll cover in another lesson.
It's like your
Reduces
brain
the
is
workload.
slow.
It makes it easier for you to stay in front of
Welcome
the
to
jet
being
when
very,
things
very
start getting
high.
dicey out there.
It's like you do that and you're still looking that way. And if you can feel like your consciousness go like that, like half a second later. Welcome to being stoned as fuck, boy.
Welcome to this short training mission.
How you like my new
Learn
jet?
How to assign your multi-purpose displays to one of the 3 master modes: air-to-air, air-to-ground.
You could be my second. You could be my pilot or my co-pilot. My Wizzo.
Master mode is necessary to be able to use some of the jet's
Weapons
functions.
Systems
But what
Officer.
we're about to learn today is just a handy shortcut to make your office much tidier and your work much more efficient. Let me first prepare everything. Then we'll talk about how to set up your displays, and finally, how to use
He's
them
on
in
sale.
practice.
I mean, it's still $60, but you know,
In
it was
order
on
to
sale.
program the displays to
But it had
specific master
75.
modes, you first have to program 3 pages for each display, just like we did in the previous lesson. Give me a second to do just that. Once I'm ready, we'll move on.
What do you mean, steps?
Alright, first the basics. To enable master mode programming, you first need to press push button
Trainings?
to box the program legend.
Like
Numbers
pin.
reappear next to already selected displays.
Which basically means they don't tell you half of the things you need to know.
Now press push button 7 once to select the air-to-air programming mode. Air-to-air legend appeared just below the master mode, and you are now ready to assign one of the 3 pre-selected displays on the left MPD to the air-to-air master mode. This means that each time you select this mode, that one particular page will always show up on the left MPD. Go ahead and choose air-to-air radar with push button 15. Very good. Air-to-air appeared next to the number 2 in the middle of the screen. On to the next mode. Press push button 7 again.
Air to ground.
Air to ground is now displayed, and this is the master mode we will be programming now. Choose TSD with push button 5. Good. Air to ground is now also visible next to number 3 in the middle of the screen. Finally, time for the nav master mode. Press push button 7 once
I might have
more.
been too quick on that one.
Nav appeared below the master mode legend. Let's assign HSI to it by pressing push button 3. Now exit the programming mode by pressing push button 6. Program will become unboxed. Very good. Now we'll repeat the process for the right MPD. Box the program legend there. Now enable Master Mode programming by pushing push button 7.
Now it's the clicking.
Air-to-air Master Mode appears, but you're free to switch between the modes as you see fit. Press push button 7 again to enable air-to-ground first. Now select air-to-ground radar. Press push button 7 to choose Nav Master Mode. Assign Tactical Situation Display to Nav. Select Air-to-Air Master Mode by pressing push button 7 again. It looks like we deselected Master Mode programming as we cycled through all 3 modes. Press push button 7 once more. We will assign the armament page to air-to-air on this MPD. We're done with the right display. Deselect the program. Finally, let's move to the MPCD. Again, box the program legend by pressing push button 6. Now enable Master Mode programming. For the air-to-air, we'll want to assign the 2s.
What about the 3s?
Press push button 7 again to select air-to-ground. Just like with the basic MPD programming, you're not confined to menu 1. Let's assign air-to-ground delivery displays from menu 2. Select push button 11 to enter it. Now press push button 2 to program air-to-ground delivery under air-to-ground master mode. Press push button 7 to switch to nav master mode. Return to menu 1 by pressing push button 11. This is menu 3. You can easily tell where you are by looking at the legend next to push button 11, which now says M. And if the legend says M, that means you're in menu 3. If it says M2, you're in menu 1.
Bro, this guy thinks
And
I'm
if
a
it says
complete
M3,
imbecile.
you're in menu 2. Very intuitive. Really? You think so? Okay, but in fact, actually it is. The legend shows you which menu you will enter upon pushing push button 11, which means you should do it once again to enter menu 1.
Oh my god, come on.
Let's assign ADI to nav master mode. Press push button 1. Deselect programming with push button 6. Okay, on to the grand finale. Time to reap the fruit of all the hard work of pressing those push buttons. Go ahead and select the air-to-ground master mode. And lo and behold, with one push of a button, you have all 3 displays showing pages which you have programmed. It pays off to spend some time on the ground to set them up, because it saves precious seconds later in the air, when things are happening a lot faster. Choose the Nav Master mode. You now have the HSI on the left display, TSD on the right, and ADI on the MPCD. The icing on the cake is that you're still able to normally scroll through the display contents using short presses of the castle switch left, right, and aft. Try it now. Okay, enough of that. Now select the air-to-air master mode. You're back to the pre-programmed view again. Okay, that more or less covers the general MPD, MPCD knowledge, and concludes this lesson.
Yeah, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12.
Alright, welcome to this training mission. Please wait for everything to load correctly. This time, we will look at the radios in the F15E Strike Eagle and how to use them properly. I assume by now you've read the relevant parts of the manual, so we won't be talking about the capabilities of the radios or their frequency ranges. Now, before we proceed, I also strongly suggest that you map the HOTUS mic forward and the HOTUS mic aft switches. These will be used to transmit and receive on the pry, left radio in the forward position, and the aux, right radio in the aft position. Let me know when you have that done.
It's not even in here. Mic forward, mic aft. There's two of those. The fuck? I guess.
Alright, first thing first. Turning on the radios. The status of the radios is displayed next to push button 5 and 6. You should currently see an off indication there. There are several ways to turn on the radios. By using the radio submenu push button 1, by inputting a preset channel, introducing a manual frequency, or, and this is really the easiest one, by simply pushing both channel select knobs. Do this now. With power applied to the radios, you can see asterisks before channel numbers next to the knobs you just pushed. Manual frequencies are now displayed above them next to push buttons 5 and 6. You can use each radio either in the preset channel mode or the manual frequency mode. The asterisk indicates which mode is currently active. To switch between them, you have to use the GREC CM buttons on the UFC. Each press of the button moves the asterisk between manual and preset frequencies. Go ahead and press the left GREC button to switch to manual frequency on the left radio. Good. The asterisk has jumped and now the left radio, which we call pry, is working in the manual frequency mode. Press the left GREC button again to return to the preset channel mode.
This ain't confusing at all, is it?
Turning the channel selector knob is the easiest way to jump from one channel to another, especially if they're close. As an example, going from channel 1 to channel 3. Now use the left knob and switch to channel 5 on UHF to tune to the ATIS station.
King Faisal Air Base Information Uniform.
Good. You can increase and decrease the volume using the smaller volume knob. Go ahead and completely silence the ATIS for the time being. Another handy way of switching between channels is entering the desired number on the scratch pad and then pressing the respective channel selector knob. Let's switch to channel 10 on aux, so the right radio, press 1 on the UFC. Now press 0. And push the right channel knob. You should now hear distant radio comms for air-to-air refueling operations. Good. There will be moments during the missions when you will be called to switch to a frequency which was not pre-programmed on the ground and requires a manual input. Actually, it will happen quite often, knowing Baltic Dragon. All the time, really. To enter a manual frequency, simply type it on the UFC. The decimals are not required. And press push button 5 for the left radio or 6 for the right one. Let's try with the simple 251 for the aux radio. press 2 on the UFC, followed by 5, and then, you guessed it, 1. And now, press push button 6. To be able to transmit and receive on the manual frequency, we should first enable it by pushing the right rec button. Do it now.
Bro, I'm so fucking confused.
Hey, it's Wags. Anyway, let's continue with the lesson. For now, turn down the volume on the aux radio. Now, take a look at the bottom line on the UFC display. You should see the previous frequency sitting right in the middle of that line. This is a very neat feature allowing you to quickly jump back to whatever channel or frequency you had before by simply pressing push button 6 again. Do that now. One more thing we should cover is the guard monitoring frequency. The military air distress frequency is 243.0, and the Strike Eagle is capable of monitoring it in the background irrespective of what channel or frequency it is currently using. In order to enable guard monitoring, you have to first press the shift button on the UFC, and then press the correct button for the radio you want to monitor guard on. Let's use the left one. Press shift.
Shouldn't it somewhere
and
pop up that
left
I'm...
rec.
Whatever.
Letter G should now be shown behind the frequency in the 4th line on the UFC display. This means that the pry is now monitoring guard. Crank up the volume a little bit, please.
Is it? I was, okay.
Shotgun flight, acknowledge line.
Can you clarify the target?
North, 315817, east, 41265. Target is open field west of the hamlet.
Still not clear on the target. All I see is a field. There is nothing in the field.
I need a bomb in the field, now.
Where in the field? What quadrant?
Anywhere in the field you want. Go ahead. Just need a bomb in the field ASAP. You're cleared hot. Come on in.
Random.
What's in the field? Troops in the open?
Yes, sir. Troops in the open. Yeah, we're in contact with the whole division of Al-Qaeda. Cleared hot.
Oh, you're not going to...
I don't see
The guy
any
just won
troops on my
his
clear.
field cloud, man. Come on, just drop the bomb already.
Shotgun, do you have the field west of the village, south of the tree line, voted by a north-south route to the west?
Affirm.
Roger. Shotgun, bomb that field with any weapon and any delivery. You're cleared hot.
Roger. War Eagle. What crop is in the field?
Sir, just bomb that fucking field now.
Hey, soldier. Watch the language on the radio.
So dumb.
You know who this is?
Sorry, sir. It's a soybean field.
Shotgun flight. This is Colonel Johnson of the 2nd Battalion, 144th Regiment, 56th Infantry Brigade Combat Team of the 36th Infantry Division. If you fast movers can put a weapon on the field we've requested, do it.
Roger, sir.
What?
Much obliged.
What's wrong with soybeans?
Shotgun 2-1 is engaging.
Shotgun 2-1, cleared hot. Good, sir.
Roger. Bomb impact assessment, please.
100 over 100, sir. Great job.
Shotgun 2-1 copies. Ready for another tasking.
So dumb.
No further tasking, Shotgun. Clear to depart.
Whatever. To disable guard monitoring, follow exactly the same procedure. One last thing we should cover briefly is the dedicated radio menu. They are different for both radios, but for now, there's only one important thing you should learn, and that is for the aux. To enter the radio submenu, the scratch pad needs to be clean. Just to be on the safe side, press the clear button twice. Chances are that everything went black on the UFC, so press the menu button once to bring it back. Now press push button 6 to enter the aux radio submenu. You can check what most of the options do, or don't do in the manual. Frankly, most of them don't do anything important, but one important feature here is the ability to switch from the alpha mic frequency to the Fox mic frequency. To do this, press the push button 9 where it says Man AM. It should now say Man-FM. We'll now type in the frequency, and remember that for aux in FM mode, you need to use the decibels. Press 3. Now press 1. Decimal. 2. And press push button 6 to introduce the manual FM frequency. Good. Crank up the volume a little bit, please. That sounds good. Alright, that concludes this training lesson.
Does it? I
Well
don't hear
done.
nothing. Okay. Whatever. I guarantee I'm gonna forget all of this.
Welcome to this training mission, in which we will talk about the basics of navigation in the F15E. As always, please wait for everything to load properly. I pause the sim so that we can go through all the basic concepts. When we finish, I'll unpause and let you fly the jet. First order of business is to set up your displays. Bring up the ADI on your left MPD by pressing push button 11 to enter the menu. And then push button 1. On the right MPD, set up your HSI by pressing push button 11. Followed by push button 3. The tactical situation display is already displayed on the MPCD. Alright, now switch to the nav master mode. Let's start with the Tactical Situation Display, or TSD, on the MPCD. As the name implies, it's very useful for showing you your exact position on the moving map and displaying the current flight plan. Your aircraft is marked with a cross, and you will notice that there are different shapes for the steer points, which we will cover in more detail in a separate lesson. The ADI, or the Attitude Director Indicator on the left MPD, is your artificial horizon, which also duplicates some of the data shown on your HUD, like the heading scale and the command book at the top. The Horizontal Situation Indicator, or HSI, on the right MPD, is the main display used for navigation. It also allows the aircrew to switch between different steering modes, most of which are also coupled with the autopilot, a matter to be discussed in greater detail in other lessons. In this sortie, we will focus on the nav steering mode, which is selected by pressing push button 10. Just above it, you can see the nav data block, which displays your currently selected steer point, bearing and distance to it in nautical miles, as well as time to go marked with an E, or estimated time of arrival marked with A. The currently selected steer point, 1 alpha in this case, is visible on the screen provided that it is within the display range shown between PB16 and 17. Our nav data block tells us that steer point 1A is 57 nautical miles away, so we need to increase the range by pressing PB16. Do it now. Note that only the selected steer point is shown on the HSI, and there's no way to view a full sequence of points here, unlike on the TSD. However, it is possible to simultaneously have both the current steer point and TACAN station displayed on the screen. To turn on the TACAN, have a look at the UFC. Our TACAN is currently set to off, which is indicated by the legend next to menu button 2. Let's tune it to Katasi by typing 44 into the scratch pad. Press 4. And 4 once again. Good, now press menu button 2. The TACAN symbol should have appeared on the HSI about your 1 o'clock. Okay, time to learn how to change the steer points. Unlike many other aircraft, there is no HOTUS button that can switch between them. Instead, you'll have to use the UFC or rely on the auto sequencing mode, which we will cover in a moment. The currently selected steer point is displayed next to menu button 10. In order to change it, simply type the number of the new steer point on the UFC. In this case, press 2. Well done. Now enter it by pushing menu button 10. Steer point number 2 is now visible on the HSI, or rather, would be visible, but the range scale is set too high and it sits on top of the TACAN symbol. Press push button 17 3 times to bring the scale down all the way to 10 nautical miles. Good. Now you should see 2 arrows on the outside of the compass rose. The one with the line in the middle is your TACAN bearing pointer. The other one, sitting on top of the 2 squares, is the nav bearing pointer. The squares are your command heading marker, which in the nav mode is aligned with the steer point, with bearing shown next to the command heading legend. In other steering modes, command heading can be moved around using push buttons 1 and 2, or by using the UFC keyboard to type the desired value.
Can you still follow? Because I can't. I'm trying.
Another important feature is the automatic sequencing option. When boxed, it will cause the steer point to switch to the next one as soon as the aircraft passes over it or crosses the 39 line within 2 nautical miles of it. Let's see how it works in practice. In a moment, I'll unpause the sim. It will fly towards the TACAN station, but without selecting it as our nav source. In other words, keep the nav mode boxed. Ready? Okay, turn towards the TACAN. Disregard steering cues on the HUD, and keep the TACAN bearing pointer on the lubber line on the HSI. As sequence point 2 is less than 2 miles away from the station, it should automatically change once you cross its 39 line without having to pass directly overhead.
Why is my HUD offset? It's really weird.
Okay, we have switched to sequence point 3. Now have a look at the TSD. You'll note that it's marked with a square and not with a circle, as was the case with previous points. That's because waypoint 4 is a target point, indicated by a triangle, which makes the waypoint immediately before it an ingress point, denoted by a square. Last thing I want to cover in this introduction is selecting target points as your current steer point. Target points are denoted by a number followed by a dot, and this is what you have to type on the UFC keyboard. Press 4. Followed by a dot.
Is that this thing then?
And now push menu button 10.
I'm lost.
Good. I know I said this will be the last thing, but let's have a quick look at the UFC options before we finish. You're now looking at menu 1, but the most important ones for navigation are data 1 and data 2, accessed using the, you guessed it, data button. Press it once. This is the data 1 menu, which provides you with a lot of interesting information and options. The first one is the distance and bearing to the currently selected sequence point, mirroring the information displayed in the nav block on the HUD and the HSI. Next is your estimated time of arrival, which you can easily change in estimated time en route by pressing menu button 2. Try it now. The third is the option to display true airspeed on the HUD below the indicated airspeed. Turn it on now. You can also choose to show the ground speed instead, which is probably more useful, by pushing menu button 4. Try it now. As you can see, you cannot display both the true airspeed and the ground speed at the same time. You can have either one of the two or none. Moving on, current wind speed and direction is displayed next to menu button 7. Above it, you can see the zoom.
I don't know how to read that.
Moving up is your radar altitude. Pressing menu button 9 allows you to display it on the HUD. Do it now. Finally, the currently selected steer point. When you press it, you'll enter a sequence point submenu. What are you waiting for? Good. This submenu offers you detailed information about the current and any other sequence points you choose. It also allows you to add new sequence points, change existing ones, and even go deeper and open several other submenus, which we'll cover in a separate lesson. And that's it for today. We really only scratched the surface of all you need to know about navigation in this lesson, but it should be enough to get you going, especially if you have a competent Wizzo in the back seat guiding you along.
That's a negatory command.
Welcome to this training mission, in which we will talk about the basics of the air-to-air radar in the F-15 Strike Eagle. Please wait for the mission to load properly. I'm not going to waste your time with the technical description for all of the data on the AN APG-70 radar and its capabilities. You can find all that in the manual. Instead, let's jump directly into the jet and learn the most important aspects of the radar in the air-to-air mode. You can see that the air-to-air radar screen is already displayed on the left MPD. You should also see two contacts, likely denoted by a triangle, at roughly 40 and 25 nautical miles respectively off your nose. You can easily tell the distance to a contact at a glance by referencing the currently selected radar scale, in this case 80 miles, as indicated by the number in the top right corner and the horizontal lines on the display. Each of them equals a quarter of the selected scale. Therefore, for 80 miles, they'll show 20, 40, and 60 miles respectively. going from the bottom to the top. To change the scale, you'll use the TDC controller on your throttle, which allows you to move the target acquisition symbol currently sitting in the middle of the screen. However, to be able to do that, you have to first take command of your radar. Do it now by pressing and holding the castle switch left. Good. You are now in command. To increase or decrease the range, simply move the acquisition symbol to the top or the bottom edge of the screen. Please try it now and let me know when you set the scale to 20 nautical miles.
Wait, I have to do what? TDC controller on your throttle. Down, left, press, right, up.
You should now see a small arrow at the very top of the display, indicating that one of the contacts detected by the radar is outside the currently selected scale. As you move the acquisition symbol around the screen, there are several moving parts we should have a closer look at. In the top left, the two changing numbers are bearing in range in nautical miles from your aircraft to the location of the acquisition symbol. The two hollow dots along the left side of the screen are called the radar beam altitude coverage circles and show the maximum and minimum altitude that the radar beam is covering with the current settings. The digital readout of these altitudes is constantly shown next to the acquisition symbol. You will notice that the further away you move the acquisition symbol from your jet, the higher the coverage, and vice versa. But while the distance is an important factor here, there are at least two other things that play an even greater role, which are the number of bars and elevation of the antenna. The number of bars can be set to 1, 2, 4, 6, or 8 using push button 2. As you increase this number, you'll notice that the antenna elevation scale, the two hollow dots, get further away from one another, thus allowing for greater vertical coverage. The downside, however, is it takes longer for the radar to complete a full sweep. Antenna elevation can be changed using the wheel on the throttle. Move it up and down and see how the values for minimum and maximum coverage change. The green elevation caret on the left side of the screen shows the angle at which the antenna is currently pointing. Go ahead and play with the elevation and number of bars for a while.
I don't have this antenna elevation. I I'm gonna put I can press the things on that. The UFC is no problem. So that's for movement, and this is for. Okay.
We have talked about the vertical coverage. Now let's have a quick look at how wide the normal beam is. In normal mode, it covers 120 degrees in front of the aircraft, but it's possible to narrow it down to 60 degrees using a method called azimuth bumping. To azimuth bump, simply move the acquisition symbol to the left or the right edge of the screen. You notice that the two dots at the bottom of the display are closer and can be moved left and right using the TDC. Note that it only works in SRM and MRM modes. Finally, to return to full 120-degree scan, move the TDC once again to the left or right edge of the screen. Take a moment to play with those options.
Okay.
Alright, now set the full coverage, bars to 4, elevation to 0, and scale to 80. Let me know when you're ready to move on.
What? I have to wait. What? I don't know what that means. What do you mean elevation to 0? There's no 0. Scale to 80? It's the scale? I don't understand what elevation to 0 means. Oh. Like that?
You should again see two contacts on the screen at roughly 25 and 40 miles. Go ahead and place the acquisition symbol above the one closer to your aircraft.
No.
Number 19
like
should
so.
appear next to the contact, indicating its altitude. If you do the same for the one further
I only
away,
see one though.
it should show 31 or so.
It does say 19, but I only see one.
Also notice that both contacts become brighter on certain sweeps of the radar and stay dark for others. They will light up only when painted by the beam, as it
What I
sweeps
fuck
through
up?
a bar corresponding to their altitude. If the bar is too low or too high, they'll remain dark. The number of frames dark contact remain on the screen can be changed using push button 3. Go ahead and see how it works.
Now I don't see anything anymore. I'm so confused. This always got me in the F15 as well. I have no idea what's changing. I don't understand.
The last important setting is the pulse repetition frequency, or PRF, which can be set to high, medium, or in relief by pressing push button 6.
Oops. Oh, I shouldn't have pressed that.
In the simplest possible terms, the high PRF is mainly used for seeing hot, nose-on contacts, whereas medium is best for seeing maneuvering targets or targets that are not nose-on. Interleaved constantly alternates between the two.
Shit. Let's go over that one again.
Welcome to this training mission, in which we will talk about the basics of the air-to-air radar in the F-15 Strike Eagle. Please wait for the mission to load properly. I'm not going to waste your time with a technical description for all of the data on the AN APG-70 radar and its capabilities. You can find all that in the manual. Instead, let's jump directly into the jet and learn the most important aspects of the radar in the air-to-air mode. You can see that the air-to-air radar screen is already displayed on the left MPD. You should also see two contacts, likely denoted by a triangle, at roughly 40 and 25 nautical miles respectively off your nose. You can easily tell the distance to a contact at a glance by referencing the currently selected radar scale, in this case 80 miles, as indicated by the number in the top right corner and the horizontal lines on the display. Each of them equals a quarter of the selected scale. Therefore, for 80 miles, they'll show 20, 40, and 60 miles respectively, going from the bottom to the top. To change the scale, you'll use the TDC controller on your throttle, which allows you to move the target acquisition symbol currently sitting in the middle of the screen. However, to be able to do that, you have to first take command of your radar. Do it now by pressing and holding the castle switch left. Good. You are now in command. To increase or decrease the range, simply move the acquisition symbol to the top or the bottom edge of the screen. Please try it now and let me know when you set the scale to 20 nautical miles. You should now see a small arrow at the very top of the display indicating that one of the contacts detected by the radar is outside the currently selected scale. As you move the acquisition symbol around the screen, there are several moving parts. We should have a closer look at it. In the top left, the two changing numbers are bearing in range in nautical miles from your aircraft to the location of the acquisition symbol. The two hollow dots along the left side of the screen are called the radar beam altitude coverage circles and show the maximum and minimum altitude that the radar beam is covering with the current settings. The digital readout of these altitudes is constantly shown next to the acquisition symbol. You will notice that the further away you move the acquisition symbol from your jet, the higher the coverage, and vice versa. But while the distance is an important factor here, there are at least two other things that play an even greater role, which are the number of bars and elevation of the antenna. The number of bars can be set to 1, 2, 4, 6, or 8 using push button 2. As you increase this number, you'll notice that the antenna elevation scale, the two hollow dots, get further away from one another, thus allowing for greater vertical coverage. The downside, however, is it takes longer for the radar to complete the full sweep. Antenna elevation can be changed using the wheel on the throttle. Move it up and down and see how the values for minimum and maximum coverage change. The green elevation caret on the left side of the screen shows the angle at which the antenna is currently pointing. Go ahead and play with the elevation and number of bars for a while.
The green elevation caret on the left side of the screen. What? Oh, this thing, yeah. Okay, and it goes through the lines because it shoots it out and then shoots it lower and then lower. And the number of bars is the number of lowers because that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then back to 1. Yeah, okay. Okay, that makes more sense now.
We have talked about the vertical coverage. Now let's have a quick look at how wide the normal beam is. In normal mode, it covers 120 degrees in front of the aircraft, but it's possible to narrow it down to 60 degrees using a method called azimuth bumping. To azimuth bump, simply move the acquisition symbol to the left or the right edge of the screen. You notice that the two dots at the bottom of the display are closer and can be moved left and right using the TDC. Note that it only works in SRM and MRM modes. Finally, to return to full 120-degree scan, move the TDC once again to the left or right edge of the screen. Take a moment to play with those options. Alright, now set the full coverage, bars to 4, elevation to 0, and scale to 80. Let me know when you're ready to move on. You should again see two contacts on the screen at roughly 25 and 40 miles. Go ahead and place the acquisition symbol above the one closer to your aircraft.
I still don't see the 40 miles again.
Number 19 should appear next to the contact, indicating its altitude. If you do the same for the one further away, it should show 31 or so.
There it is.
You'll also notice that both contacts become brighter on certain sweeps of the
I
radar.
have no idea what
and stay
zero
dark for others.
elevation is.
They will light up only when painted by the beam, as it sweeps through a
Like,
bar
I would think
corresponding
this
to
is
their
0.
altitude. If the bar is too low or too high,
But then I don't
they'll
see the other
remain dark.
guy.
The number of frames dark contact remain on the screen can be changed using push button 3. Go ahead and see how it works. The last important setting is the pulse repetition frequency, or PRF, which can be set to high, medium, or interleaved by pressing push button 6. In the simplest possible terms, the high PRF is mainly used for seeing hot, nose-on contacts, whereas medium is best for seeing maneuvering targets or targets that are not nose-on. Interleaved constantly alternates between the two. Okay, time to lock one of those targets and enter the single target track, or STT mode. To do so, move the acquisition symbol over the desired contact and short press the TDC. The radar will enter a mini raster mode, and if it scores enough hits on the target, it acquires a lock. Let me know when you've achieved that.
How do I know if it's locked? Was the auto acquisition button? So many switches, bro. Where the fuck am I gonna put all this shit? What the fuck? I don't even know. Oh no, I can't. Okay, I'm using that one already. What was that for? I can't remember. Weird. Where is it? Am I not using it? Oh my god, dude, I fucked it up again, I think. Hang on. Let's try this again. Is it locked? I have no idea.
Several new symbols should now be visible on the radar screen and on the HUD. Starting with the HUD, you should see the target designation box at the location of the locked target. To the right, you have a range scale with lots of weird symbols. You don't have to worry about it at this stage, as we'll cover them on some other day. The changing number on the left side of the scale is the closure, or BC rate. The target's altitude and digital range are displayed to the right. Similar information can be found on the radar screen. The target is denoted as a star with a heading vector or a flake symbol if it's trying to jam the radar. Its altitude is displayed at the left edge of the display, and closure rate and range scale are shown along its right edge. Now, to drop the lock, simply depress the automatic acquisition switch. Do it now.
Hello? I pressed it. Move on, game.
Very good.
Thank you.
Okay, the last thing will be a little practice in using the radar settings to find and lock a helicopter that's circling at 5,000 feet over the water, around 15 nautical miles away from us. Set the bars to 4, scale to 20, and PRF to medium, and position the antenna to cover the minimum altitude of 2,000 feet.
I don't understand how to do that. I mean, I know how to change, but how do I know it's 2,000 feet?
Can you see the radar signature of the helo?
No?
No? And no wonder. The helicopter is a slow-moving target, and as such, it's difficult to pick up on the radar. But don't worry, as the smart people over at Raytheon added the option called GMTR, or Ground Moving Target Rejection, to help us in situations just like this one. What does it do? It allows the aircrew to make the radar more sensitive to slow-moving targets, with the downside of allowing more ground clutter and false targets appearing on the screen. The GMTR setting can be changed by using push button 4. Press it 3 times to set the GMTR to low. If the elevation is set correctly, you should start seeing some returns. If you move the acquisition symbol, you'll see their altitude, some of them at -1, 0, or 1. You should ignore them as ground clutter and continue searching ahead of you for one flying at 4,000 to 5,000 feet. Feel free to decrease the number of bars and closely watch the digital altitude readout. Your goal now is to lock that helo. Let me know when you've done this.
I'm not even getting any for. I'm getting jack shit. I have no idea what's going on. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not even getting anything when I have
No,
our
Joy,
overlays.
don't worry. During a normal mission, you'll be rowing the boat while your Wizzo's back there shooting the ducks. He'll be doing the magic of finding the needle in the haystack. But you get the idea.
Do I? I'm getting dark. I don't know how to. What did I just do? I'm just getting shit at 0, right? That's not what I need. I need, what was it, 5,000, 4,000, something like that? I'm so confused. Stop. Instantly continues. Hey! Hey! Oh my god. Give me a second. I will kick your ass. Hey! Fuck off. Oh, my cat's and leaking plastic bags. I don't know. It's weird. My brain, bro.
Mission, we will be covering the basics of using the F15E Strike Eagle's radar capability.
I already forgot how to start this thing up, for example.
As usual, sit back and relax while everything loads properly. Air-to-ground radar is a very powerful tool which you can use for building situational awareness, getting accurate representation of the target area at long distances, marking points of interest, designating targets, updating your INS, and more. Don't expect to learn all of it during this mission. Today we're only covering the basics. The first thing to do is to bring up the air-to-ground radar on one of the MPDs. Please note that it's not possible to use it on the MPCD. Enter the air-to-ground radar page on the left MPD, and let me know when you're ready to proceed. Good. Now take command of your radar, long pressing the castle switch to the left. Okay, the radar is now working, painting the picture of the terrain ahead of you. You can also see the range rings, though this time they're curved, so this is different than our air-to-air radar. First thing I want you to do is to increase the range using push button 14. You should see sequence points from your current flight plan superimposed over the radar screen. You can turn them off using the declutter option available via push button 2. Go ahead and do that now. Good. Now bring them back in again. You can instantly move the cursor between the sequence points using push button 17 or by pulling Coolie switch up short. Please use the Coolie switch to cycle through all the available sequence points, which means only those that are within the radar field of view. You will notice that doing so slews the cursor to the currently selected sequence point, and then, after the last available point, switches it back over to the center of the screen. You can also freely move the cursor around the display using the TDC. As you do this, you'll notice several things happening on the screen. Numbers in the top left corner are azimuth and range to the cursor position. This is different than the air-to-air radar mode, where an actual compass bearing from the nose is shown. The ALT legend below gives you the minimum and maximum altitude covered by the beam with the given antenna position. Elevation can be changed using the wheel and the throttle, and it has a huge impact on what you will see on the screen. ALT is typically only used or needed for detecting weather. As an example, place the cursor over waypoint 3 and raise the antenna. The caret on the elevation scale will start moving up, and as the minimum and maximum coverage altitude increase, you'll start seeing less and less on the map until nothing more is displayed, because the beam is now looking above even the highest terrain features. Now move the antenna all the way down. You'll first see the full radar map, but will soon start shrinking closer and closer to your aircraft as the antenna paints the area nearer to you until it's looking almost directly down. Remember that you can easily check what is the min and max coverage in any part of the screen by moving the cursor there and checking the ALT reading. Okay, time to move to a different ground radar mode. You currently are in RBM, or Real Beam Map mode, as indicated by the legend above push button 6. The RBM provides low resolution ground mapping and weather detection capability. Press the push button to move to the next mode.
What was it normally set to? No idea.
GMT is the ground moving target mode, which displays moving targets on the radar screen as crosses. Note that it can also be interleaved with the RBM, which we will cover in a different lesson. Press the push button 6. HRM is a high-resolution map, and this is where the air-to-ground radar really shines. This mode allows you to build pretty accurate pictures of a small area at large distances and fully deserves a separate lesson. So for the time being, let's move on. Press push button 6. PVU stands for Precision Velocity Update Mode, and it's a very useful function to quickly and accurately update the INS, or the Mission Navigator velocities, which in turn is important for building good quality, high-resolution maps. Obviously we couldn't use it now, since the sim's paused and we're not moving, but the process itself is pretty straightforward. Okay, press the push button 6 once more to return to RBM mode, and we'll move on to cover another important topic, which are the different cursor functions. These can be changed using push button 7, and the default one here is map. It is part of the HRM functionality and will be covered elsewhere. Suffice to say, this option allows you to build an HRM patch map of a certain area covering between 80 and less than 1 nautical mile. The size of the patch is chosen using push button 8. Press push button 7 now and we'll move on. Position update cursor function is used when the aircrew needs to perform a position update to either the MN Mission Navigator or the INS from the Real Beam map. Press push button 7 again. Using the target cursor function, the aircrew can designate any point on the Real Beam map or high resolution map for weapons delivery. To do so, simply press the TDC at the location of your choosing You'll see a triangle with a line extending from it, and a designate legend below. We'll cover target designation in detail in another lesson. Press push button 7 once more. The Q cursor function directs or commands a sensor, such as a lantern, to a selected point on the radar display. Press the push button 7 one last time. Finally, the mark cursor function will let the aircrew place mark points on the radar map for future reference. You can have a maximum of 10 mark points, and each new one above 10 will overwrite the first one. Go ahead and place a few by pressing the TDC. A small triangle with a number will appear. You can display a maximum of 5 mark points at a time. Let me know when you're ready to move on. Okay.
My brain
Button 9 allows
is
the aircrew
overflowed.
to choose the desired antenna azimuth scan. In full mode, the radar covers 100 degrees in front of the jet, but this can be changed to half, 50 degrees, or quarter, 25 degrees. Press push button 9 once. You are now in the 50-degree scan, and you should see that the area covered by the radar has changed. You can position the scan on the cursor by moving the cursor to another part of the screen. As soon as it stops moving, the area around it will be scanned by the radar. Alright, I'll unpause the mission and let you digest all the new things we just covered. And don't worry, because most of the time your whistle will be doing all that work while you focus on keeping the jet steady for you. Which reminds me that we should cover the autopilot modes pretty soon.
Not gonna lie, that's a lot of information, bro. Shouldn't the waypoint update now? I'm flying over it right now. There we go. No idea. Rip.
Alright, time to learn how to put this baby down in one piece. There will be lots of moving parts in this mission and much less time to ponder them. Therefore, it's a good thing that we're starting in a simulator. I have paused this lesson in order to go through all the steps while you are not actually flying the jet. Once I'm confident you know what should be done and in what order, I will unpause and let you try to land. I have changed the position of some of the switches so that you're actually going to have to flip them as part of the descent checklist. You know, it's good to start that muscle memory process early. You may be wondering about setting up the displays for landing, and there is no rule. It all comes down to personal preferences, but it's a good idea to have the ADI and the HSI up. Also, you might want to set up the TACAN to monitor and back up the approach. Okay, first thing is the descent check, done in both cockpits. In the front seat, you'll need to check the following knobs and switches. Set the master arm switch to safe. Check the altimeter setting. In this case, we have a standard 2992, so all is good. Check that the terrain following radar power switch is set to the standby or off position. Set the pitot heat and the engine heat switches as required. Again, we don't need them during this approach, so make sure they're set to off. And finally, the external lights. Position lights to desired brightness, let's say 4.
That was the wrong. Oops.
Anti-collision lights on. In the back, your Wizzo would make sure that the CMD knob and the targeting pod switch are both in standby. Alright, descent checklist complete. In a moment, I'll unpause the lesson, but before I do, let me quickly guide you through all the steps. You will descend to 1,600 feet AGL and keep 300 knots indicated, flying directly over the runway. Once you pass the middle of the runway, turn left, reducing throttle to idle. Do not descend during the turn. Stay at 1,600 feet AGL. Your goal now is to roll out on the reciprocal heading to the runway and putting it somewhere between the missile rail on the wing and the wingtip once you complete the 180-degree turn. As your airspeed drops to 250 knots indicated, lower your landing gear and flaps. Once you are flying parallel to the runway at the reciprocal heading on the downwind leg, you will perform the landing checklist. This will consist of checking that the landing gear is down and locked, checking that your flaps are down, checking that the hydraulic gauges are in the green, checking that your landing light is on, checking that the anti-skid is in the normal position, checking that the parking brake is set to off. After you finish all of this, it will be about time for the base turn to final. Wait for the runway to be 45 degrees behind your left wing and your speed to drop below 200 knots indicated. You will push the nose down between 5 and 10 degrees and hold the AOA between 20 and 25 while turning to final. roll out on final, the goal is to keep the AOA between 20 and 22 all the way to the flare. Except with such AOA, there really is no flare. Just pull power and add speed brake as you cross the underrun. You have it all listed in your knee board if you want to go through it once again. Let me know when you're ready to unpause the sim.
Not really.
Okay, descend to 1600 feet AGL and keep 300 knots. Align yourself with the runway, magnetic heading of 119. You're a little low.
By 10, bro. Fuck off. We're good.
Reduce your speed.
That's the problem, I know.
You're too low. Going too fast.
Bruh. I'm just like... Fuck off.
Damn, I feel like an LSO. All you were asked to do is to fly level and with the constant airspeed.
That's harder than it sounds, bro. Fuck.
Okay, get ready for that left-hand turn. 3, 2, 1, now. Throttle idle. Keep the altitude. You want to have the wingtip on the runway after you roll out.
Dude, I can't look left, man. I ain't got 3
Gear
hands.
flaps down. Wings level at a heading of 299. If you've done it correctly, your left wingtip should be touching the runway.
I have no idea. 299. Wait. What's 299?
Before landing checklist. Landing gear down.
Where the fuck is this thing? I don't even...
Flaps down.
Okay.
Hydraulic pressure green.
I'm crashing.
Landing light on.
Low altitude. Low altitude.
Power, there's a building. Ooh. Just fuck all of this shit, dude. Like, this is a terrible way to land. I'll land my way. Fuck this. I hate this bullshit of like, oh, fly around the airfield with your shit idle. How the fuck do you want me to do that? Like, if my shit's idle, then I'm not producing any power. I'm not staying in the air. I don't understand why they always say that. Not once have I followed the actual procedure and landed. I always crash. If I do it my way, I land. If I do it their way, I crash. My way is like, oh, okay, I got it. You know? It works much better. This whole, like, calm and steady, no, just, like, slam it in there, you'll be fine.
Alright, time to learn how to put this baby down in one piece. There will be lots of moving parts in this mission and much less time to ponder them. Therefore, it's a good thing that we're starting in a simulator. I have paused this lesson in order to go through all the steps while you are not actually flying the jet. Once I'm confident you know what should be done and in what order, I will unpause and let you try to land. I have changed the position of some of the switches so that you're actually going to have to flip them as part of the descent checklist. You know, it's good to start that muscle memory process early. You may be wondering about setting up the displays for landing, and there is no rule. It all comes down to personal preferences, but it's a good idea to have the ADI and the HSI up. Also, you might want to set up the TACAN to monitor and back up the approach. Okay, first thing is the descent check, done in both cockpits. In the front seat, you'll need to check the following knobs and switches. Set the master arm switch to safe. Check the altimeter setting. In this case, we have a standard 2992, so all is good. Check that the terrain following radar power switch is set to the standby or off position. Set the pitot heat and the engine heat switches as required. Again, we don't need them during this approach, so make sure they're set to off. And finally, the external lights. Position lights to desired brightness, let's say 4. Anti-collision lights on. In the back, your Wizzo would make sure that the CMD knob and the targeting pod switch are both in standby. Alright, descent checklist complete. In a moment, I'll unpause the lesson, but before I do, let me quickly guide you through all the steps.
Yeah, I'm ignore all of them, so
You
don't
will ascend
bother.
to 1,600 feet AGL and keep 300 knots indicated, flying directly over the runway. Once you pass the middle of the runway, turn left, reducing throttle to idle. Do not descend during the turn. Stay at 1,600 feet AGL. Your goal now is to roll out on the reciprocal heading to the runway and putting it somewhere between the missile rail on the wing and the wingtip once you complete the 180-degree turn. As your airspeed drops to 250 knots indicated, lower your landing gear and flaps. Once you are flying parallel to the runway at the reciprocal heading on the downwind leg, you will perform the landing checklist. This will consist of checking that the landing gear is down and locked, checking that your flaps are down, checking that the hydraulic gauges are in the green, checking that your landing light is on, checking that the anti-skid is in the normal position, checking that the parking brake is set to off. After you finish all of this, it will be about time for the base turn to final. Wait for the runway to be 45 degrees behind your left wing and your speed to drop below 200 knots indicated. You will push the nose down between 5 and 10 degrees and hold the AOA between 20 and 25 while turning to final. When you roll out on final, the goal is to keep the AOA between 20 and 22 all the way to the flare. Except with such AOA, there really is no flare. Just pull power and add speed brake as you cross the underrun.
Add speed
Have it all
brake. Your
listed in
engines
your
are
keyboard if
idle.
you want
There
to
is
go
no
through it
speed
once
brake
again.
at that point.
Let
You're
me
gonna
know when
drop
you're
out
ready
of the
to
sky.
unpause
I don't
this.
understand why they tell you to put your engines to nothing. It makes no sense to me, dude.
Okay, descend to 1,600 feet AGL and keep 300 knots. Align yourself with the runway, magnetic heading of 119.
Okay. Dude, this is so weird. Like, idle is still like
You're a little
80 fucking percent. I don't get that.
Reduce your speed. You're too low.
No, I'm like way high. What the fuck, bro? You're too low. I listened to him. Like, I'm at 17. I need to be 16.
Damn, I feel like an LSO. All you were asked to do is to fly level and with a constant airspeed.
Make a better tutorial.
Okay, get ready for that left-hand
Explain
turn.
shit better.
3, 2, 1, now. Throttle idle. Keep the altitude. You want to have the wingtip on the runway after you roll out.
Yeah, I lost the altitude like 5 minutes ago, dude.
Gear and flaps down. Wings level at a heading of 299. If you've done it correctly, your left wingtip should be touching the runway. Before
Not
landing
really, but
checklist,
close enough.
landing gear down. Flaps down. Hydraulic pressure green. Landing light on. Anti-skid normal. Parking brake off. Commence the base turn, nose 5 to 10 degrees down, AOA between 20 and 25. Switch your scan between AOA and the runway. Try to roll out on the center line.
I'm so gonna crash.
Low altitude.
You
Low
think?
altitude.
Okay, on final, down to the AOA at 20 to 22 degrees.
Can I skip all of this yappy shit? The yappy shit? Like, I don't want to go through this again, bro. Oh my god. Apparently the guns are on.
Time to learn how to put this baby down in one piece. There will be lots of moving parts in this mission and much less time to ponder them. Therefore, it's a good thing that we're starting in the simulator. I have paused this lesson in order to go through all the steps while you are not actually flying the jet. Once I'm confident you know what should be done and in what order, I will unpause and let you try to land. I have changed the position of some of the switches so that you're actually going to have to flip them as part of the descent checklist. You know, it's good to start that muscle memory process early.
Is it? Please don't start me in the air. Start me in the air, motherfucker. But that'll just let me out, whatever. Why can't I not do a gold start? Where's the gold start? Bro, for 65 bucks, I expect way more than this. You know? Jesus. Oh, I can't remember how this works. How do I open the world map again? What? You got food downstairs. F10. I forgot how to. No, I didn't. Oh my god, this is so fucking terrible. Fuck off! The mouse is upside down, right? I have a Naga, but it's upside down, obviously.
low altitude, low altitude.
Ooh, a little early. Shit. See? Fuck all that noise, dude. Fucking engines that idle my ass. Just slam it in. Yeah, I don't think I will. Here's the thing though, I want to do a cold start. Oh, that's probably this one, cold and dark. I'm just blind. Cause I don't remember. Like, I don't think I'm gonna be able to do it. To be honest. Okay. Um. Over here, something first, I believe. Oop, shit. I think I forgot something on the other end. Guaranteed already, right? See, this is what I mean. Like I did that first. So now I can't remember what the fuck he told me. It's for the sensors. Well, nothing's happening, so I clearly forgot something. I can't remember how to turn the electrics on. Yeah, see? Oh yeah. Let's run through it again.
Welcome to this first training session. Please wait for everything to load properly. I will be sitting here behind the console, controlling the flow and giving you instructions. Now these lessons are designed to be short and sweet without overwhelming you with too many details, and generally focusing on one thing at a time, with the exception of a few like startup, shutdown, and landing, because those would be difficult to split into shorter lessons. Okay, remember, this is a simulator, so don't worry if you jack something up. In separate sessions, we'll cover all the basics like systems, procedures, and weapons. Alright, now let's begin with starting her up. You will be working your way around the cockpit starting from left to right. It might not necessarily be the order advised by our official manuals, but it's a time-sacred and battle-proven way of doing things, and you wouldn't like to be the one breaking tradition, right? On the left side, mic switch to on.
Okay, let me. That's the one, probably the one switch I forgot. Ugh.
Anti-collision lights to on.
I didn't do that, but who cares about the lights? I can't even see it.
Position lights to 3.
Yeah, I don't care about the lights, to be honest. Let's skip those.
Set the conformal tank switch to the stop transfer position.
That's what I forgot. I did that last.
Next, set both inlet ramp switches to auto.
And I didn't do that at all.
Okay, moving on. Turn on all 3 cast switches, yaw, roll, and pitch.
Or those. Didn't do those either.
Check that the anti-skid is in the norm, hook is up, landing gear handle is down, master arm is off, and jettison buttons are not pushed in. Set the oxygen switch to on. Turn the left and right generator switches to on. Make sure that the emergency generator switch is in the auto position. Set the left and right engine control switches to on. JFS starter switch to on. Lift the covers on the left and right engine master switch. Set both switches to on. Place the covers back down. Set the ECS switch to auto. Without it, your avionics won't get any cooling and may shut down or even get damaged. Make sure that the bleed valves are set to both. Alright, now on to the actual engine start. Pull and release the JFS handle. The starter ready light has to come up within 10 seconds. Make sure to left click on the handle, as right clicking will turn it. We're about to go to the warning system checks. I will continue with my instructions either after all the audible warnings are played, which will take some time, or after they are silenced with the VW tone silence switch. Press it now so that you are familiar with its location. Check the fire warning system by placing the fire
Warning,
extinguisher
AMAD,
switch
fire.
in the test position.
Warning.
AMAD fire light should come on and an audible warning should be heard. Let's move to the right engine start. Raise and release the finger lift on the right throttle. Wait for the engine monitor to come online, which will happen at around 15% RPM. Observe the engine indications and wait for it to stabilize at around 26%. Check the fire warning system again by placing the fire extinguisher
Warning,
switch in the
AMAD,
test position.
fire.
This time,
Warning,
AMAD and both engine fire lights should come on.
warning, engine.
Now move the right throttle to the idle position to start pumping fuel to the engine. It takes around 10 seconds for the RPM to start raising further. At between 55 to 60%, the JFS will disengage, the main generator will come online, and the right ramp will drop down. You should once again check the fire warning system by pressing the fire extinguisher switch down. All warning lights should now be on, including the right and left burn through.
Warning, AMAD, fire. Warning, warning, AB, AB.
Close the canopy by pushing the canopy handle to the down position. Now lock it by pushing the handle fully forward. Now it's time to start the left engine. Raise and release the finger lift on the left throttle. Again, watch the engine indications. When RPM reaches 26%, push the left throttle to idle. At around 60% RPM, the left ramp should drop down.
I clicked it like 3 times, it did nothing. Nuclear consent switch, what? What does that mean? Like, what the fuck?
Turn on the UFC by rotating the brightness knob clockwise. Turn on both radios by pushing the channel selector knobs. Turn on both MPDs and the MPCD. Turn on the HUD by cranking the brightness knob clockwise to the desired intensity. Check the warning and caution lights by pressing and holding the lights test switch. Let's move to the sensors panel now. Set the radar altimeter to on. Set the terrain following radar to standby. Set the radar knob to on. Turn on the nav FLIR switch. Set the INS alignment knob to GC align. A GC no taxi legend is now displayed on the HUD. The alignment process should take around 4 minutes. Let's set up the remaining lights. Vertical tail floodlight to on, and formation lights to 3. At this stage you would perform a flight controls check, but you need a crew chief for that. We won't go ahead and pretend we have one since this is a sim, but I do encourage you to watch Notso's startup video on the Razman channel to see how it should work. This is also a good moment to set up your screens and PAX programs, but both things will be covered by a separate training lesson. Okay, we're almost ready. Set the conformal tank switch back to transfer. Set the fuel knob to conformal tank's position. Check the total fuel quantity and set the bingo as desired, say to 3,000 pounds with the bingo fuel knob. Uncage the standby attitude indicator. Normally you would also set the altimeter to the airfield elevation using the knob. Remember that standard setting is 2992, and you should set that whenever you pass the transition altitude in a specific FAA or ICAO region that you're operating in. Alright, check that the GC OK is displayed on the HUD, and if it is, turn the INS knob to nav.
I mean, it's not, but this did another thing, so...
And that's it. In the next lesson, we'll cover taxi and takeoff procedures.
Okay, let's try this alone. And I just did it. I guarantee you, I'm gonna fuck shit up. There's like a 99% chance. See what I mean? Fuck. It's easy when they tell you what to do. Just gonna log that now so that's not in the in my face. What did I forget? I feel like I forgot stuff. What did I forget? Those three. Oops. Good luck reading that one. Jesus. The hell was the map? There we go. I feel like I forgot more. You know. Guess we're good. Am I on blocks? How do I get rid of those? I'm on blocks. I don't even know what that would be. Wheel blocks, maybe? Wheel brake? DCS, remove, wheel, chocks, okay. I have no idea. Signal ground crew. Nope. Search. Chalk. Nope. Block. Nope. Wheel. Nope. Oh wow. Maybe general? Can I set that? Is there an all? No. I don't know how to take these blocks off. Apparently your engines need to be off as well. Which means I can't do that no more now.
Warning, AMAD, fire, A.
Well, that sucks. I'm kind of stuck now. I don't even know how to come.
Chief, remove the wheel chocks. Copy.
Oh no, maybe.
Wheel chocks are now removed.
Hey, there we go. This way, I guess. Oh, should I have gone that way? I'm so lost.
Kutasi, forward, 5-1. Abort takeoff.
So lost. I'm just like GG. Oh, we are crashing. I guess I did. I was supposed to go the other way.
Kutasi, forward, 5-1. Request takeoff.
Alright, not bad from a cold start. I still feel like I forgot something. Like, whatever. Oh. That's a lot of bombs. Oh, I got someone behind me. The AI. Shouldn't these things have deck ends? Guess not. Does this do what I think it does? Or is it this one? I feel like that didn't do anything, but okay. Oh. I swear that didn't do jack shit. Is it me or this thing automatically like flips over a little? It's not me. It's pulling right. Ah, crap. Which one was it? There we go. Can't remember. Fuck's sake. Bro, these systems, I swear to God. Empty. I have no idea how to swap to missiles. Do my head change? Can't see it.
Over G. Over G.
Not that I can tell. I'm guessing Anyway, that's enough for now, because my brain is exploding, dude. Holy hell. I love this shit, but I'm a dummy, you know? So for me, this is, it's a lot to take in. What a game, though. That plane looks fun, too. Oh, holy shit. Sorry. Let's go and swap over to Bannerlord until Synergy wakes up, right? Because he and I both bought that Return to Moria survival game, which we obviously want to play at some point, Kappa. It's when you wake up, but when I've been trying to fix my sleep schedule. Well, trying to forcibly fixing my sleep schedule, and his is all fucked up still. So when I wake up, he goes to bed. So it's kind of annoying. Oh, bro, my brain is like, Jesus, what a game. Let's turn the music back on. I was listening to a Project Zomboid OST last night. Or last time. The fuck were we doing? Leveling up. Dude, I have so much respect for the people who fly those things in real life. That shit is not easy, alright? It's not terribly complicated. I mean, some things are. It's just... You have to make use of all of those systems in a life and death situation, right? That's the crazy part. Like, anybody could learn those systems. But to use them when you're getting shot at is very much a different thing. Much respect, you know? Let me close some shit down because I'm lagging like a motherfucker. Why is everyone shooting me? That's not fair. Oh my god. Shot in the head. Rip. Rude. Dublin and Waterford. Figures. Cost me $1,000 to get there. Botanian hobby. I'm not sure what the fuck that means. Oh, a horse. Okay. I was like, what? What does that mean? You can see the overlay, right? Yeah. fuck? Wait, what? I just want to know. Bro, I just want to know what workshop I need for what. I know Grain makes brewery, but what's there is to? That's what I need to know. Here we go. How do I know if it's good enough? Right, because iron ore, okay. So with iron ore, I can make... What can I make? Anything? Tools. Or weapons, maybe? However... How do I know this iron ore mine? Wow, I'm drooling. Sorry. How do I know this iron ore mine is good enough to supply the workshop? I mean, it seems like a pretty big city. Or village. 30 people. 80 on this one. It doesn't even show me villagers. 23, so 30 seems high. Okay. So wait. Grain? But that's to the castle, right? So London doesn't really get that.
Well now,
I don't know. I don't know. She's getting expensive, man. Jesus, 2K to just cross. Ridiculous. Ooh, nice. And 4 skill points in trading. That's pretty good. That's a nice vest. See my vest, see my vest. That's squeak. Shut him in the nuts. Oh. I'm still convinced that's a Project Zomboid song. I'm trying to see if I can find this song. Guess not. I went through all the rest yesterday, and but I swear, dude, that the swear to God, that's like a musical sting in Project Zomboid. Because I remember like looking around for zombies every single time, like oh my God, but it was the music. Guess not, bro. Oh, that I don't know, dude. I guess I. This song makes me want to play Project Zomboid every single time. But right now, it's making me need to go to the bathroom. So I'll be back. Enjoy the lovely song. I don't know. Where are you going? Oh. Oh. Oh, hi. Oh, thank you for letting me know I went live 5 hours ago. I had no idea. Oh, okay. Pretty sure that's like the best helm in the game. Holy, yo, Oliver! Nope. Hey. Do I look like your play toy? I'm not sure what to get here. I went for the 5% garrison wages. Stewart's flying up as well. the things I do for skill points. I really don't like trading. It's really boring. Oh, for crying out loud. I thought you better than that. Disappointing. Oh shit. I forgot to equip the helmet on one of my guys. That thing is fast as fuck. Really? Nice shot. That's bad. We lose now. Bro, why couldn't I fucking swing the goddamn... Oh my god, bro. I swear this game sucks sometimes. Terrible combat, I swear. Oof, that was way too high. Excuse me. Dude, what a fucking... Really? Dun 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 dun. Simon Horse Thief. I wonder what he does. Shit. Are you fucking serious, game? My own guy almost killed me there because of the fucking horns. What? You didn't even have it up? I'll keep that because I still have people I can recruit, right? Weird. Kinda wanna start my own little slice, you know? Maybe join someone first. English like me. Oh. It's getting old. I did 99 damage and the horse did 1 and the 1 killed him. I wonder when Sin's gonna wake up. Start making my way back to England. I should have taken the armor, but I want to take the helmet for selling. So broken when you have to fight too, man. If they just do 1, 2, 1, 2, you could never ever do anything. Never. Like right now, I can't do nothing. It was worth the pretty penny. Hello. Welcome. As I beat my own teammates, theoretically. Not this guy. We don't care about this guy. Money. You came at a good time. I think I'm gonna try and get in with a faction. Get me some land on their account. And then maybe break away. Is that a thing? I'm not even sure if that can do that, but we're gonna try. Be fine. What's up, Marvin? How you doing? You in mitts? Well, I'm about to leave, so we are no longer in the same town. Let's see how much it is by now. Dude, this becomes more expensive every fucking time I do this. Holy shit, bro. Without him, yeah. See, the thing is, you have to just hang on, right? After a little while, your enlistment is up and you can just leave. Say hi to whom? Ooh. Interesting. What? No, it's free, dude. The value is not the cost of the weapon. It's the value of the weapon. You get it for free. Yeah. They're worth, like, even though the values is like, oh, 50k, it's actually worth like 5, right? Because it's state issued. No, yeah. Just click on the guy, like the weaponsmith, and then just select the entire loadout you want. You get it all for free. If your enlistment ends, right, they give you the choice to re-enlist for like an amount of money, or retire, but you keep the items you have equipped. So all of those items, like essentially, I can't show it to you now. Hang on, let me quickly go through this, because I'm wearing those items. I'm wearing the state issued items. And it's like the best items in the game, because I was like max tier. However, they're worthless in terms of value because they're state issued. So if I sell like my 52 armor whatever, it'll be like 50 gold instead of like 50,000, which is what it's worth. So you can't cheat that way. I mean, oh, what a shot. The fact you get the best items in the game, basically, from just hanging out with a lord is kind of OP, let's be honest. So that's cheating in its own right, technically. But, oh, what a shot. Right in the neck. Pain in the nicta. You should get that reference, by the way. Fucking die! Oh my god. At least he sucks at aiming. Stargate, man. A pain in the Nikta, and then O'Neill goes, Nick, and until goes, no. So all of that shit that I'm wearing, all given to me. By the state. Quote unquote. Not that one. Not that one. State issued tabards, 36 body armor, 15 leg, or 20 arm, and it's worth 87. You know? Or like my sword. State issued white fullered broad arming sword, worth 35, but it's like one of the best weapons in the game. So you can't cheat that way, at least. Which I think is quite nice. Oh, I didn't try it, I think. I need to get in bed with some of these guys. Those are villagers. I'm just gonna do it with this one.
Yours is not.
Do I murk it? For starters? Nah, I'll just pledge allegiance. Held captive. Of course he is. For fuck's sake. Near where? Fucking French. Now what? I don't know what to do now. I just join them as mercenary for now, then I guess. Oh, isn't this the one they wanted me to marry? I should have said yes. Damn.
It's been a while.
A bit of a bitch, apparently. Suppose we should be really careful since there's like a shit ton of dudes here. Oh shit, the King of France just showed up. I don't care, it's off again. Certainly no lack of enemies. Sea beach. What's up, motherfucker? Didn't I just roll a fucking filter? Thought I did. Guess not yet.
Infantry! Horse archers! Move to enemy!
No, I just want you to skirmish. How do I do that?
Hold arrows! Fire! Footmen! Forward archers! Move! On earth! Move!
Yo, he can hit me, but I can't hit him. The fuck? Dude, it's so fucking dark. I can't see a fucking thing, bro.
Horsemen, charge! Infantry, give them hell! Arrows! Forward!
I seriously can't see shit, dude. Like, this is struggling. My eyes are like, just gonna let them do it because I can't see shit. They're doing wonderful. See? Oh, I forgot the fucking prisoners.
Stop there, stranger.
Surrender or die. can't remember who's who. Whatever.
Footmen, move, movement, move, cavalry, forward, troops. Troops!
Ooh, insta kill. Wow. Shit. Well, all my guys are now attacking, right? Is that how that goes? No. Okay, I guess because of the other one. Ouch. Oh, I got the king out. Nice. I can't forget to go to the king again and give him my fealty instead of mercenary. I spent like 2 years fighting in his army, so he loves me. It's pretty handy, I think. I did in fact not tell him to go down like that. So, in case you thought it was rigged, because it very much looked like it was rigged, he just walked right into, or drove right into me. It was a little weird. Is the king in the keep? I forgot to check. Nope. He's gonna lose. How did I still lose 6 guys? Fuck off. That's a lot of war operations. Good thing I'm not in the kingdom yet. Be nice if the king shows up at some point. Can I ask? I can ask that shit.
Peace to you, stranger.
Okay. So that was a lie? What? I'm confused.
It's been a while.
Weird. But he's not though. On the other side maybe? Weird. I swear these guys lost their king. What the fuck? This is weird.
Well now, stranger. Peace.
Oi, there he is.
Peace to you.
No, actually. Also, whoa, nice. Okay, so you're the troop guy. You get the ranger flag. The Batanians. Ah. Damn, I can't ask to be married now. Of the O'Brien. Of the O'Brien. That's so weird. I'm honestly not sure of how I find some of these. Like, oh, never seen, never seen. Like, where could they be? It's his family. Wouldn't you think they'd be at London? I mean, I guess not. Also, like, why doesn't it show the names? I can do alt.
It's been a while.
No idea. Like, I want to meet this one. I have no idea how. Like, England ain't that big, you know what I mean? One out of 4. Jesus. It's still not the person I'm looking for. No fucking idea.
Peace to you.
Um, Not really in the habit of hiring mercenaries, so. Better get a decent one, or I'm not gonna really make money on this. I can't really make that higher anyway, so whatever. I have zero idea where this chick could be. Let's try this one then.
It's been a while.
I'm not sure what to do. We're at peace. You know? They gave up. How nice of them. Oh. Oh. I'm still gonna sell him into slavery though, Kappa. Hmm. As that is the, or going to be, the foot soldier leader? Infantry leader? This charge damage is pretty nice, considering.
It's been a while.
I want to kick the French out of England, man. And then take it for myself, Kappa. How can I make him go to war? That's what I want to know. There's a tannery, but they don't have an input for hides, right?
Yours is not a face I know.
I'm turning that into a wood workshop. Chernobyl? That's funny. I want a war. 'Cause otherwise it's gonna be hard making money. I'll eat your liver. I love it when that happens. Kicked him to death. Doesn't get old.
It's been a while.
Yay. Critical success for the win.
Peace to you.
Of course. I need to keep the money, bro. An army ain't cheap. No wife of mine is that useless. She just fit it out though. It's pretty good. Shit, I misclicked. I know, it's realistic battle sounds. The crossbow sounds badass though. Oh no! Shouldn't have given it up. Force a habit. I need a war. There, that's a lot of money. Hmm. Now what? Right? Peace is bad for business, guys. I'm honestly, I'm not sure what to do now. No idea, dude. Alright. Let me take a break. I'm starving. We'll be back later because I'm going to play Return to Moria with Sin. Whenever he wakes up, Kappa. Until then, I'll see you then. And have a good time. Bye. No, seriously, I'll see you guys later. I'm not sure when. Hour, maybe 2. We'll see. Yeah. Look forward to that. Return to Moria, new game.